Hey, welcome to another AUTOMAT Live-Coding. We are still working on our window object. For those who don't know, this is a key component of AUTOMAT. This is something that can scan contents of an external window and can read the text. Join or subscribe. This works with pretty much any application. You just point the app at a window and you can read text from it. Fairly straightforward. It wasn't actually that hard to build. There are some APIs in the operating system for reading other windows, and there are some libraries for doing OCR. It took us maybe, 2 weeks to make it happen. Anyway, our plan was to hook this up so that the text that we are reading here should be available in a register. So we have this mechanism for doing logic, which is based on assembly actually. Here I can, for instance, start a loop that will increment a number. Let me start it again. So now we have a thread which continuously increments a register, and registers, CPU registers, are a good place to store strings. We could actually store each letter basically per byte, so a 64-bit register is enough for 8 letters. Short strings. They fit entirely within a register. So that was the plan. We are not going to do that though, because this operation of doing OCR and reading the contents of the screen, this is something that could potentially take a long time. I know the current implementation is super fast, but we need to implement some core interfaces which are missing from AUTOMAT right now. And if we implemented them in the most straightforward way, where we ask for a string and we block, this could theoretically lock up AUTOMAT. So we need to make sure that we implement time-consuming operations in a asynchronous manner, so that when we enter a step where we want to do some heavy operation, then we need to be careful. We don't want to lock stuff up. So there is that. So I need to think about this, how to actually make it work. And while I think about this, we will do something more chill. We will try to replicate the proper Windows XP theme. It was very unique stage in evolution of Windows interfaces. Because this was a brief moment where Microsoft attempted to create something that feels nice. If you remember, in the very early era of Windows 95, 98, they did a lot of user studies to see how people actually use computers. Those are some of the most valuable empirical studies on how users kind of see this digital world. And they were used to influence the design of Windows interface. The location of the start menu, like even the name of the start menu, this is something that's meant to help a new user somebody who has not used a computer before become familiar, to learn somebody, to teach somebody how to use a computer, essentially, without a guide. So the start button, the highlighted start button, this is something that just asks the user to, hey, this is what you should go when you are new to this place. And the window borders, they actually tried to make them more friendly. So the ones which are in the background, they are grayed out, right? This is something that's common, right? Even nowadays. When the window goes into background, it becomes gray. But they went for those nice pastel colors and plasticky feel. They actually wanted to create something. They started to go into this metaphor direction of creating computer metaphors for real-world objects. It's also something that we should do. We are doing in AUTOMAT. And as a tribute to this phase in Microsoft design, I think we could replicate the Windows XP feel. This is not just member berries. This was actually a very good period. I think it could have been the height, like the apex of Microsoft interfaces, because after that they started to remove the depth from the user interface and they went into this more professional direction. So Windows 2000, 2003, and then there was Windows Vista and 7 and 8. They became progressively more and more flat, rectangular, because this feels professional. It all went downhill from Windows XP. They have more styles here, and the default was pretty nice, and those others, they feel a little bit more tinted, like, so if you want to create a good color theme, you cannot just use a single color and different variations of brightness. It's not going to look great, it's going to look very monochrome. You always need some contrasting, at least slightly contrasting colors. Like gray and blue. Yeah, this is a good. But this is just too yellowish green. Everything is yellowish green here. This is a nice one. This goes in the glass direction. I'm not a fan of glass. I think the glass is cold and hard, and it's not something that you want to have around you. It feels like jewelry, but no, I think something soft materials are something that we should go for. Let's find a decent image, reference image. We're not going to clone the bitmaps themselves, we just want to have a similar color palette and similar style of shading. This is great. You can see the various there is a lot of subtlety in how this interface is constructed. So the top bar, yeah, actually it's very nicely, like the 3D pattern here is really nicely made. Okay, we'll go there. I had one more announcement. It's that Discord now works. You can see this message here. This is me testing the Discord integration. It's not 100% complete. We are still not handling usernames properly, so I'm using the handle of the user instead of the display name, quote unquote. There is also this thing in Discord called stages. This is something that's probably meant for live events like live streams. So I may take a look at that and see if we can properly set this up. And there is one important thing, is that I wanted to connect the Discord, at least this channel, so that people who are connected will be present on stream as avatars on the bottom of the stream. It's going to be quite a lot of work, so I will have to do this another date. By the way, this Discord integration, it was almost entirely vibe coded. I basically told the Claude to add a Discord integration into my system, and it just worked. Not on the first try, I had to spend like 2 or 3 hours fixing all of the tokens and like making sure the tokens are in the right place and removing redundant broken code, but vibe coding works. Okay, it wasn't entirely vibe coding, because I think the key thing in vibe coding is that you don't read what the model outputs, and you just accept everything blindly, and okay. So vibe coding wouldn't work here. I had to actually monitor the output. But generally speaking, it's a super useful tool. I don't imagine doing this in a single morning. I did it today, literally before the stream. So yeah, pretty positively surprised. Okay. By the way, it's such a nice work. When I look at this interface, all of those gradients, they have been made so carefully. It's not just a kind of blind gradient fill. This is very smoothly integrated into all of the other gradients. Wow. Okay, I'm thinking how we could implement this. We will do this in our own way. So I'm actually thinking about making this a normal map and then doing a gradient in the shader. Let me think about some options. So, when I look at this interface, I don't think this is entirely possible to represent a window border with a 9 patch. It's probably not possible, unfortunately. But 2 9 patches would work. I think it's not possible because there are some pieces here which are pretty wide. So we have a 9 patch bitmap. We cannot do this with gradients alone. Gradients are not going to, simple gradients are not going to work. They are not going to work because of this segment here. And this is actually a very nice element. There is a very subtle gradient. There is very subtle flatness here.
Yulia says,
Indian Keanu Reeves.
Yo. Linear and radial gradients are out of the question. There is a thing called grid gradient. It's a very... I haven't seen this used in many graphics programs, but there is a way to define gradient by just placing a bunch of points and a Voronoi diagram created between them allows you to smoothly interpolate between those points. It's like a 3D mesh, essentially. And actually, this is something we could do, this 3D mesh of colors. And that would have a very high fidelity. I mean, we could zoom in and that would retain the accuracy. Okay, the last option is a funky shader. By funky, I mean something that is not drawing the colors directly, but instead uses depth map or normal map. But actually, I think each of them those two options, I will mark them with C or with B because they actually produce bitmaps. And bitmaps, there is a limit to how much stuff you can do with a bitmap. It's not super efficient. It doesn't behave nicely when you zoom in. It doesn't behave nicely when you zoom out. You need bitmaps. But 3D meshes, I think, this is something we could try. And that should also be very efficient. This is going to be hard to design. We will need some new classes, essentially, to represent the shape. Should be able to do this.
Wojciech Krowsik says,
Yo, have a great day.
Hey, thanks. It's a beautiful weather in here, so... And I guess I'm strongly influenced by weather. Okay, let's fire up cursor.
Knight says,
Hey everyone.
Hey, Knight. Yep. Discord integration is now... I mean, it's not complete, but... it kind of works. The messages sent on Discord should appear in chat. And I think Discord should also be connectable with our accounts. I'm actually not super sure about that. Let me see. Very quick check. Fun thing, this key is actually not a confidential key. So I'm not displaying this here. Change my voice. So go into settings. I guess this worked. So I posted the message and that message was immediately deleted by the bot.
Mrgalski says.
Voice test.
Okay, that did not work. So unfortunately I cannot set voices yet. This is another to-do, I guess. Let me switch to Discord.
The Fabulac says.
Testing.
Yeah, the only issue is that it uses the default voice and it's not using the proper username that the display name that Discord has. Yeah. So the downside of Tesseract is that AUTOMAT is getting chunkier now. It's now 57 megabytes. It's still better than most Atom apps, I guess, so there is that. But we have to be careful about size. I actually wonder what's a good format for storing meshes. In terms of code organization, I think I could create a new file. Let's call this theme XP. And the specific utility that I would like to have here would be something that returns skmesh. I don't like skrect, I will instead include math. Okay, this is actually very weird.
At the beginning of your last stream, you asked me how the study streamer I showed you brought the Discord room to the right side of the screen. You can do this by making the room a pop-up using the screenshot at the top of this voice chat.
This is what you mean, yeah. I looked into this and I think this uses a little bit too much real estate on screen, and it's not... It's very cold, I don't know, corporate-y. Just crazy about the feel that, you know, rectangular boxes create. So I will do something like that. However, I'm not going to rely on this window that Discord provides. I will write some of my own kind of animation code to show avatars as characters on the bottom. There has been though... So on Twitch, sorry, not Twitch, on Itch, there is a bunch of sprites that we could use to create avatars, you know, just walking around this screen. And I could connect those avatars to chat so that they would speak, you know, when you write something.
Wojciech Rowsik says,
Where did you learn how to use Skia? It seems to be much smoother than Qt, which I use, for example.
Yeah, Skia is really optimized. Yeah, so I will finish in a moment. So we could have avatars like that would just kind of walk around. And they could be selectable on the live page, in the same place where we select voices. Back to Skia. Skia is actually present in many types of software, so I kind of started unknowingly by using Android. So Android has Canvas, and this Canvas is just a wrapper around Skia. If you're a web developer, then you're probably using JavaScript Canvas. JavaScript Canvas is another wrapper around Skia. Because of that, they are actually essentially the same. So most of the stuff that I'm doing from C++ is also doable from from those environments, like Java on Android or JavaScript on the web. The C++ interface has some extra functions, so you can do a little bit more there, like I think gradients, I think it has, or shaders. The C++ interface allows you to use shaders and meshes. So, okay, C++ interface is slightly more powerful. But this is a good way to start with Skia, is to just play with JavaScript Canvas. And then the only thing you need to change is you create a small project, you link in Skia using tutorials that they have, on in their docs. There was building Skia somewhere. Oh yeah, build Skia. And it tells you also how to link it and how to run some test apps. I have to warn you, this is a pretty involved process, so it's not for... So expect that it may be full of surprises. But then it's something that you kind of have to get through to use it. I think there are some wrappers for various languages, like for Rust.
Knight says,
Basically, bringing the people in the voice room to the right side of the screen, like the streamer I showed you, might not align with the purpose of these AUTOMAT streams. But it's up to you.
the Pichika says.
May the null tier be with you.
I mean, so like, I will do this, but not using this window. This pop-up window. Go back here. Where is it? Here. So instead of those rectangular boxes, we'll use those avatars. They can have maybe a name floating above them, and they will be kind of present on screen. So that hopefully, as we add more features to this live page, in addition to linking them with custom voices, they could also do stuff. And I'm actually not sure what they could do specifically. Maybe like walk around the screen or point to specific things on screen. Essentially a stream game. This is, yeah, like we keep saying, this is a distraction from AUTOMAT, but I think it's going to be fun, so I will spend some time maybe offline to get this to work. Root cable straight. I will use code folding to navigate this mess. Okay, so I'm using these SK vertices and the draw vertices. This is actually very good, very good.
Wojciech Krofik says,
I saw that you were dealing with mobile apps one day. Maybe any tips? I am focused on Android because in my work environment we only have Android.
Yeah, I used to use Android in the early days so in 2000s, like many years ago, there was this promise that, and hope in the air around Android, that that finally somebody took Linux, the operating system, and is trying to build a commercial product for end users around Linux. So I was part of the crowd that was very hopeful for Android, and I kind of hoped that it would be like a Linux distribution for mobile phones. Eventually, though, it ended up being a more of a, I wouldn't say closed ecosystem, but it sandboxes the user and apps. The permission model of of Android is very strange. I mean, not strange, but it's very unique.
Knight says.
This is a very interesting method and truly a great solution, but you don't have to do it right now. If you do, make sure to integrate it properly into Streambot or create a separate open source project so other streamers can use it too. What I mean is, your efforts should be recognized and appreciated.
Thank you. That's nice. So, I mean, I do this for fun, so I will do this anyway. So on Android, so this is a deep Android lore. 99.9% of Android users have no idea what this is. But Android, when it came out, there was this idea that when a user has a device and they are using the device, the user is not the only person who has interests in like making software for this device. There are actually three parties there. First of all, there is a phone manufacturer. Let's call this OEM. There is obviously the user. And there is the app programmer. So Android is this thing in the center that balances the interests of each of those parties. The idea was that if we allow the OEM to do some stuff on the phone, like because the OEM produced the phone, then the OEM will be motivated to lower the price of the phone. For instance, the OEM may want to display ads to the user. So you could have an Android device which shows ads in the status bar. There are devices like that. They are very cheap, especially because of that. So OEM has some control over the device that they are producing. And app developer, the same case. Android wanted to offer some new capabilities to app developers. So for instance, app developer can safely store data on your phone and you have no access to this. So Android also has some like special facilities for app developers where they can do stuff on your phone that even you cannot do. Same for OEMs. And then there is user. Android also tries to make sure that the user has the like final say. Like the user has to kind of consent to all of the things that OEM and app developer may want to do on their phone. And the point there was to... There is a term for this today, but back in the day there was no name for this. So Android was meant to be something like an shitification police for this whole system. And it worked like that. But when it was coming out, a lot of the people hoped, including me, that Android is essentially going to be a Linux distribution. So those two would essentially be deprioritized, and the user is essentially going to be the admin of the whole system.
CP Chica says,
And then Google came.
Actually, not quite. So even within Google, Android has autonomy. It operates like a separate entity within the company. And they have the final say into what is actually accepted into the system. So, and I felt this. So when I was kind of there, I can totally confirm that Android is just doing stuff their own way. It's probably evolving, I don't know how it looks nowadays because I was at Google like 3 years ago last time. But Android tries to be very, very balanced. And I don't think balance is super good here. I really think users should be the king of the device and users should have access to all of the data. Users should be able to remove and tweak system components. That would be really, really nice. Not the case, unfortunately.
Wojciech Kroftik says,
Well, but still, Android is more open than iOS. And for me, it is quite promising field to work on,
Yeah.
like AI in phones, ECT.
Yeah, absolutely. This is... Yeah, perfect is the enemy of the good.
Marek Mafrogalski. I agree with you, user should do anything that he wants. PP.
Yeah, because what we would lose essentially if the user controlled everything. So there are some apps like banking apps that would really not like this. There are maybe some competitive games that wouldn't like the user to have complete control. There are... I will put them as two separate things. There are social networks. And there are... social networks and ad-funded developers. I'm putting them separately because in each of those cases, app developer needs to kind of control the user, to have more control than the user. For banking, this is because of secret storage, like Visa and I guess some crypto maybe apps. They need to access cryptographic hardware on the device in such a way so that the user cannot interfere with that, because that could be used to exploit the banking system then. Or government IDs for the same reasons. Competitive games, obviously they want to control the device because they don't want the apps to be... They want to stop aimbots, wall hacks, this kind of stuff. Social networks, they don't want spam. And ad-funded developers, they don't want to have any ad blocks. There is also this last category, the most hated category of all. I don't even know how they are called. Trackers. they don't want the tracking to be blocked. I broke down social networks into those three things because social networks can exist without ads and without tracking. It's possible. And there are ad networks that also, they are not related to any social networks or any tracking. And there are trackers which are not really displaying any ads, or they are not related to any social networks. They are literally companies focused on tracking. So they are often conflated, like social networks, because they usually display ads and display trackers, but not always. Unfortunately, it's very hard to allow those use cases, because those use cases are mostly legit, but prevent those use cases. I don't think there is any technological way, like a protocol, like a system API that could differentiate between those categories. And I think there was one more I forgot. Anyway, doesn't matter. Another thing I'm not a fan of on Android is that it kind of forces you to use Android development tools, which are not really that great. It's just a pain to work with. If you're an Android developer, you know, compilation is super slow. The library situation is a complete mess. Within Android, there are some cool things internally. There is Binder. Binder is amazing. Binder is like a very... It's amazing technology, which is kind of part of Android, that kind of makes it work. There is the Android screen compositor. I don't remember what it's called, the compositor. It's probably the best Linux-based compositor nowadays. Unfortunately usable only on Android.
Jetpack Composer.
No, I mean the stuff that displays pixels on screen, that takes textures from multiple apps and blends them together, like show you stuff. This is some kind of service in the operating system. This is alternative to Wayland and X11. So this is the most featureful Linux compositor. Like it supports arbitrary display refresh rates, multiple monitors with different DPI. Touch devices, like screens can be matched with touch devices. It supports like DRM, like protected content. It allows apps to render at high, refresh rate. It offers like all of the Wayland, not Wayland, like Vulkan extensions that you could, want. Yeah, okay. was a digression.
What is good way to learn? How do Android apps and good manure?
This is a good question. I know what you mean, because many apps end up as a huge main activity which manages everything internally, and eventually it bites you, because activities in Android are limited. They cannot persist in background all the time. They cannot respond to all events. You need some broadcast receivers, services. You have to make all of this work. You know, this guide seems good. Like just eyeballing the topics. There seems to be a guide to app architecture. Don't store data in app components. Interesting. Yeah, but what you mentioned, services, like breaking your application into proper services, is critical to just finishing the app.
AUTOMAT on phones. Haha, it could be nice. Many games are just repetitive process.
Yeah. I mean, you can probably tell that it's... I'm thinking about touch. This is very much... We don't even have context menus anywhere. The right mouse button doesn't really do anything in AUTOMAT. You can click with right mouse button, it's not going to do anything. We are only using the left mouse button to do stuff. And middle mouse button for zoom in and navigation. Yeah, this is going to work on touch screens, absolutely.
But still, I guess you can connect AUTOMAT with an emulators.
Emulators are not... So emulators are still a little bit limited. I think there are some apps that only would run on proper device. That sometimes also should be automated. It really depends on the app. There are some games that force you to do repetitive actions and they check for emulators. This is something I don't like. Yeah, we'll get there. By the way, Wojciech, we have a Discord, so if you look at the description of the YouTube video, I hope you should have a link to Discord there. Double check. See if we have it there. In the script. Yes.
I am very amazed with your knowledge. I graduated yesterday, and all that's left is my defense. With you, it feels a little like I don't know anything.
Don't worry, I was just sitting in front of the computer for many years now. What's your thesis about? SK vertices. Let's go for SK vertices. Okay, this is actually something that's going to be fairly hard.
Implementation of object identification and recognition processes in multimedia materials using artificial intelligence methods on the Android mobile platform.
So what's the technique you're using to detect stuff? Like a YOLO or something different?
YOLO P.
It's amazing.
TP Chica says,
Speaking of thesis, my proposal just got proved.
Proposal? What are you referring to? The stuff about embedded kernel? Ah, so you're only starting your thesis. See. Nice. Okay. Actually wonder, should we create a border around something or within a given rectangle? I think within.
Implementation and architecture of distributed Unix-based POSIX-compliant operating system for AIM-embedded devices and distributed controllers.
Yeah.
.a.
Remember now. This is a completely different weight category from the computers I work with.
Wojciech Krawczyk says.
I have to go. Need to work. Keep doing stuff. It is great. Have a good one. Bye.
Yeah, bye-bye. So embedded devices, like, I just cannot imagine having a megabyte of memory or less. I cannot have space to like allocate an array of this on stack. Okay, this is not how I'm going to do this. I will actually do some constants. Okay, and let's also put some colors here.
CP Chica says.
I have chosen to propose that as my thesis because I came from chemistry background, and now there is huge switch from big devices to small specialized devices in chemistry.
This is something I have absolutely no idea about. By devices you mean like mechanical control of like processes like valves and pumps.
Basically, in coming back to my roots. Yeah, controllers and utility devices like measuring devices.
Yeah. I'm an amateur in this kind of space. I don't know too much. I had Arduino and I got once this soil humidity sensor. Totally basic stuff. I haven't even kind of put these together. how many colors do we see here?
Currently, most chemistry plants are just blob of devices and wires just coming in a single central control point. So currently, if something fails, whole plant shuts down.
But this is probably a good thing. I don't know. I heard this design advice about how to design kind of robust systems, and it said something like there are two types of activity. There is the control activity, and there is bulk activity. By activity, it probably means computation or logic. And it's also bulk logic. So there is this principle that control activity, which is making sure everything works, or like looking for issues, that this is usually easy to do when this is centralized. On the other hand, if there is like a lot of stuff to compute, like sensors, like IoT sensors, for instance, this is something that should happen in parallel. Or like distributed.
What if you rogue distiller overheating and building up pressure and release valve gets blocked in closed state? You have...
Yeah, I mean, true, some decisions can be made locally, and they're best made locally. Yeah, you're right. I think this principle is more about like those systemic issues, or like not systemic issues, but issues where you cannot look at a single piece of equipment in isolation because you cannot tell if there is a problem there. You actually need to compute, statistics over multiple devices to detect that there is some anomaly happening. The stuff like preventing explosions is probably better handled at the edge level. We have so many colors that are interacting here subtly. Grab this one.
Let's not forget some taught that it was good idea to have 5 automatic shutdown button in Chernobyl.
Yeah, Chernobyl is a great example. I'm not super familiar with Chernobyl, but I remember also that there was this 3 Mile Island. This is another nuclear plant which had some issues, not as serious as Chernobyl. And they had a funny issue because they had a button that when you press the button, they were kind of changing the valve status, like closing or opening the valve. And the issue was that there was a confirmation diode above the button. But the confirmation diode, instead of checking the status of the valve, it was flipping whenever you pressed the button. So you could press the button, and even if the valve was disconnected, it would light up as green, as if the valve had worked.
And why was reactor shutdown button labeled with number 5?
This is a fascinating story. Let me take a look. Yeah, for a moment I was thinking that, hey, maybe the user interface was a problem, but it seems that was not the issue. It would have been a nice anecdote, definitely.
Reactor was the problem.
This is my favorite color. It's called electric blue.
But if with modern reactor in Chinnable, why would we label Scrum button with number 5, Deutsch-D?
Okay, so we have to figure out how to convert this gradient into a bunch of vertices. I guess GIMP. Let's change the mode to RGB. Scale the image. Okay. On the border, here we have 3 points, left point, middle point, and right point. If we come down here, and here, I think we have a point here. And that mesh here, how does it look? I'd like to create a sharp corner here, so something like that. So this is how we are going to triangulate the bottom left corner. Here we will have this long piece. We will just for triangles and the top stuff. We need a bunch of triangles in the corner. It's a very hard to define shape. Let's try to put those vertices there, and then we will think about indices. This is literally like working with 3D model, except that we don't know how to do it quite properly. There's a lot of triangles. There is a dark place here that has to be a vertex. Terrible mesh. Okay, I haven't used Blender in a really long time, but I guess this is the time to fire it up and see if we can make something in Blender. What do we want to add? Let's go with plane. I don't know how to use Blender properly. There is no point learning now. I will have to probably consult somebody to how to do this the right way. Okay, the title bar is going to be hard, but I think we can do the borders. The borders are doable, I think. So here we need 7, on the right under 7. Also assign them numbers. Let's say this will be 0, 1, 2, 3. center. We are kind of manually number of indices. We will have a bunch of triangles. We need to essentially count how many triangles we want. cannot use this as an integer. If I do that, you cannot do this. It's not super pretty, but this is how we can populate the positions of all of the vertices. It should be faster to draw than having like tons of gradients and so on. Possibly more flexible as well. Next one, middle. The next one is going to be called center. This. inner middle. This is better. First do a copy. Okay, this outer is actually good. Just the X coordinate should be different. Great. Actually, we don't need this, I think, 6 and 0. and 0 could be, or whatever. I will leave 0 where it is. I could move it down, I think. So we just removed one of the triangles. Actually, 2. Mules remove. Perfect. So we populated the positions of vertices. Now we need to create the triangles. The first triangle. We'll have quite a lot of them. On the second. Actually, we could have a new function for doing quads. Yeah.
Medarkimp says.
Sup, Maffrey?
Hey,
How are you doing?
great. We're actually starting the move some theming for our windows right now. So we're copying the Windows XP theme into AUTOMAT. Although in a high fidelity, so we want to turn this from pixel-based into a vector representation. And don't look at this, this is just... implementing this would be a whole day, and it would probably be...
Nice music. Wow, Vector sounds nice.
I don't know how to use 3D programs, so I'm actually using like C++ to kind of manually define shapes. I guess it kind of works. It would be nice if I could just define points and the vertex would just appear by itself. Like a mesh, like list of triangles.
I guess that is time wasting.
I actually can't figure out a better way to do this. I would have to kind of learn some 3D modeling tool and export this to some mesh and add some mesh importing tools into AUTOMAT. And this is two-dimensional, so... I'm not sure there are even tools for working with this representation, like two-dimensional meshes. I want to see how this looks.
Iku. Sure.
Okay, I will pass a different number of indices now. We have for each quad we have 6. This is 12. It's past 12 right now. I will disable this flag. I want to try to use this.
Wait. He ran automatic old machine. Will all this vectors slow the automat?
Actually no, they are better even than a bitmap. They consume basically as much memory as a tiny bitmap. Rendering, it depends. The rendering of AUTOMAT is meant to happen on a GPU, and for a GPU, triangles are like flat colored triangles are incredibly efficient. Each vertex adds approximately as much compute overhead as an extra pixel on the screen to render, which is very little. The stuff that's slow in GPUs is actually shaders. As long as we don't use shaders, and we don't, because we are using just flat color, it's going to be very fast. Actually, we will see. There are definitely some slow pieces in AUTOMAT, but I suspect they are elsewhere. They are not in how we draw this stuff.
Yeah, I tried to understand GLSL code and I was cooked.
GLSL, it's pretty... I mean, it's a totally different way to draw graphics. I really like it. That's why I create so many shaders.
Wait, you do know how to use DASL?
GLSL is like a limited, but not limited. It's almost like a subset of C.
Yo, that's fire.
Yeah, you only have some built-in functions. You cannot use standard libraries. You cannot use loops. But otherwise it's just see. You cannot use pointers as well. We want to recompile first. Okay, this is our corner. There are 4 triangles here. Yes, we can now add some colors. Outside we are going to have a color, in the middle we will have something like that. I think that no, we have to cancel this. This will crash. We have to add a flag to enable colors.
Can you help me understanding one feature? I don't understand what static init stands for, when you can just define.
You are.
So it depends on the language. I'm guessing this is C#.
Java.
Or Java, yeah. Static. It. I remember something like this from Java. What did it do? I think this is something that's executed once when the class is being loaded. I don't remember. I would have to check Java docs, like some Java tutorial. This is some cool feature, definitely. Java has a class loader, and I think this is somehow...
I asked GPT for the answer. He's going crazy.
Java static block, and then you will have the explanation.
Well, if you create new instance for class single class, it still loads once.
And there is some issue with the colors. Nice. It looks kind of like our source material. It's less saturated. I could use a different color here. We quickly swap.
To take a look at Java docs.
Nice. Okay, let's do more. Let's do the bottom corner now.
Wojciech Kroftik says.
Did you solve the problem of losing mouse pointer? How AUTOMAT is sending events to the window?
This one I didn't solve. AUTOMAT is still sending global pointer events. On Windows it might work, we will see. On Linux it also could work, but it would require a lot of work. We would have to set up our own nested X server, like X server proxy.
Medarkimp says.
Okay, Doc says that you can inline it when you need to reuse this method. If you don't, you can just put your code of init method to static block body.
Yep.
Thanks be to WXD.
Wojciech Kroftik says.
Like I said, on Windows it could be Win32 send events method, but on Linux, I do not have idea.
Yep.
CP Chica says.
Part-time in hating Vulkan, part-time in hating Opener.
I couldn't agree more. I should really try some other APIs like DirectX or Metal. I heard they are so much nicer.
OpenGel. What was that?
Medarkimp says.
Let's start
Go.
with the last one.
Great.
Now this is working. I just need to iterate over this list. This is such a limited class.
CP Chica says.
Having include X in my headers only if they really need. Include really saved my ass while initializing Vulkan swap chain.
I think Windows has this tendency to pollute namespace with random names if you include stuff. This is like really weird style coding. I mean, Windows developers, they have to accept that stuff like max or min or error are just reserved identifiers on Windows. So limiting.
Some smartass had to define max and min as macros for whatever reason back in '90s.
And then backwards compatibility screwed us for the next 30 years. Oh yeah, to specify I want two more of those.
Also, if there was no Windows macro defines assert from TTS-ed, WID would not be a macro.
There are some weird things. Let me finish the colors. Okay. I need one more. We will have to change the order. Just need to find all of the left and replace it with right. This fan doesn't seem to work.
Wojciech Krawczyk says,
Forgive me for going off topic, but I'd like to know one more thing about building apps in Android. How did you add the graphic components? E.g. button or other things, did you do it classically or did you have another way?
You mean when working in Android? Android has its own widget hierarchy built in. I don't recall the names, but you have this button class. Yeah, views. They are called views. Everything that derives from views. Most of the time I used standard Android stuff. They also have canvas. On canvas you can draw whatever you want. You can make canvas look exactly like buttons. It's going to miss some of the properties, but they are not really that important. Quite often, drawing stuff on canvas can be faster than using Android's view classes.
So standard way. I am asking because on your video, there were widgets that seems to not be classic or
Yeah. So in AUTOMAT I have my own class for managing widgets. The only reason I do this is, now I have more reasons, but the initial reason why I created this is that shapes. I'm using a lot of very funky shapes for objects, and it's hard to work with those shapes if every widget is a rectangle. Like traditional UI is composed of boxes. I wanted to have something which has different shapes in addition to boxes. Essentially.
I meant video from your channel from 2014. Descent Progress Report 3. First complex node arrived. Bluetooth controller.
Yeah. And the scene was... that's an old project. Everything was drawn on canvas, so we didn't use any regular widgets. It's similar to what AUTOMAT does. I had a canvas, and on the canvas I was drawing shapes. Android gives you position of touch. You can draw at a specific position on screen, so it's very easy to combine them together to create a shape that you can drag. Canvas. What I used was canvas, essentially. This is like the ultimate widget. This is the gateway to Skia, actually. When you use this, it's the same API. It's just a very thin wrapper around Skia. We even have draw vertices, the stuff that I'm doing right now.
Thanks, that's what I wanted to know. So I should focus on learn canvas.
It's very powerful. There are downsides to canvas. If you have a larger project with many people working on it, canvas doesn't compose too well, so you have to come up with some kind of, again, like system of widgets probably, if multiple people work on something. But if this is a small project or like a... essentially, like a small project with not too many people working on it, Canvas is totally fine. Literally the same thing that powers AUTOMAT.
Do you still have repo on Git of those projects in Android?
I think so. Actually, I cannot seem to find it. Strange. I can upload it. I will let you know if I drop this on GitHub. I thought I kind of open sourced design or design. I even don't know how to pronounce it.
Thanks. I'm Kratoric on your Discord.
Cool. The colors seem to be here. Yeah, I know. Okay, so the corners should be back. Or not back. They should appear now. Yeah. It's not perfect, but I guess it should do. Downside of working with vertices. Maybe I could divide it differently. Points here, 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 here and here. Create this. We need this. Actually, no. Yeah. Is this better? I'm not so sure. I think this one was, the fun approach was better. Okay, let's go to our reference image. So with a lot of effort we created a basic border. Oh god, that took so much time. And there is no way this top part is going to look nice if we use the same approach. To nicely triangulate this. We could simplify this shape. Sure, I want to. It's such a nice feeling. I have an idea. I could increase the resolution of this grid, generate it procedurally, and then expand the mesh over it, but for colors, instead of coming up with colors manually, I could tweak those colors in like multiple iterations, where I would iterate. And for each vertex, I would say, I would check how far it is from the corner, whether it's part of this rounded corner. That could work. How could I? Triangulate this. I want to have a fun. And then a grid. Okay, so this is the mesh I will create. Match. Yeah, this merge is absolutely doable. We can do it. Okay, we'll do a short break. Yep, that looks good. See you soon. So we want to generate this grid. I think this grid can be described by width and height, like number of cells. Let's say it's going to be 10. And some rows. Let's say we'll have 8 rows. And the radius in the corner is going to span some number of cells/rows. And then we have to say how many divisions do we want to have. What are they called? Beams. Actually not so straightforward to estimate how many now quads we will have. Quads and triangles. If we imagine walking from bottom to top, we will start with this +1 vertices, and then for each column we'll have to add this +1. Once we reach this stage, for each beam we are going to add 1. I will start with those at the bottom. now the number of cells here. And +1. So I've just counted how many vertices we'll have here. Now for each beam we have to add this many vertices. And then let's add those here. Okay, and I think this corner has been added twice, so we have to subtract it now. Actually, I can do it differently. Beams +1. And our grid has to be replicated twice, I think. So this tells us how many vertices we'll have. We can compile this and run this and it should work, because we are not using the extra vertices in our vertex, in our mesh, like quote-unquote mesh. Now is the time to fill the positions, those points. Before we continue, let's calculate how many triangles we'll have. So I'm calculating how many quads do we have here. And then for each beam, Something like that, I think. It's such a tricky grid. I think it would be far easier to do this if we duplicated some points. You know what? I think maybe I will do that. I'm thinking about other ways of doing this, maybe with a bitmap. I think we can make this approach work. This is regular enough. This will not generate this messed up shape anymore. But I think I will split this shape into easier components. Like, for example, let's do just the top corner. So for each beam, to create as many vertices, and one. And let's also add center. How many triangles do we have here? For each beam, and these many triangles, each times 2, because this is a quad. Okay, and then I basically have to create corner for each radius going like from here to here. think we should add one here. Or maybe not.
Thebrabus says,
Yo, what are you coding?
Hey, I'm trying to copy this style of Windows XP into AUTOMAT. Right now, it's fairly easy to replicate style of other Windows, but Windows XP has this really nice, really friendly, plasticky feel. So this is what I'm trying to replicate right now. And I'm kind of drawing uninitialized memory, so it shows glitches here. But the idea is fairly simple. I want to copy this pixely thing into a mesh and then draw this mesh. Should work. I hope. Think I could actually show some of them. I will also fill the color. Avoid some glitches. This is generating meshes from C++. This is not straightforward. Okay, we are generating something. A small bug. I'm going to change much. I wonder if I can draw a wireframe like that. That would be nice. Nope, I can't. So this point seems good. This is a good position. But everything else doesn't seem so good, really. Cell +1. Okay, it's almost correct. Yeah, I think there are some uninitialized values that we could fill now. Like the right corner. And those positions are definitely wrong. Actually not. Let's just do that. It should work as well. So now I fixed positions. I haven't filled the indices yet. Now indices. This looks right.
Low pass effect.
So why do we have segmentation? I think this is segmentation fault happening here.
Low pass effect.
Actually, no, this is wrong. Sounds great. Cell -1. That might have been a source of some issues. Slightly better. Okay, so we are drawing this corner nicely. Now let's try the right corner similarly. And the final couple of triangles. Cool. Glitches are gone, and we have our corners drawn. Now we can even go crazy and increase number of beams to like 6. And we have somewhat smooth edges here. We could adjust this dynamically. Okay, and then we have a grid of points that should have roughly this shape with the corner blocked out. There is redundancy between those values, which is wrong, because I will have to remove one of those variables and compute it. For example, this radius. Oh, amazingly it is equivalent. I guess I will first draw a grid here, and then draw a grid here. So let's add a small grid right here. So for each cell in this grid, I am going to need two vertices, actually no, because they are shared. I think the original equation was good. So this plus 1, let's see. This really takes time. Sounds good. Okay. Those are the positions. We need to repeat the same here now. let's fix num vertices. Okay. So we positioned all of the vertices. Now let's draw the quads between them. We need to bump number of indices now. This is a very complex shape. Yeah, but there it is. You could go the lazy way and just connect left and right now. But I want to have these nice kind of like a clay modeled area here. So I will do the other grid now. Wow, this is quite a lot of indices. Still not that bad when you think about this. Okay. Cool. Now we can do the same with the right side.
Patrick Nowak says,
Hey Math, you know what we are missing here. We have your eye tracker. But if there was only your thinking process with subtitles. Ha ha.
It would be nice. Neuralink, right? Eventually it's going to come out. I should probably document this better, but the idea here is that we have this funky shape and I'm dividing this into a couple sections. I've drawn corners separately, this left small grid separately, and the large grid separately. And as I do this, I have just a basic mesh that I can render, and it has flat color. It has tons of vertices, but a very flat color. But then I can alter this color. I will do this in a moment. First I want to render the whole kind of surface. I will literally create a shader, kind of, but for vertices, not for pixels. Okay, that looks good. Let's see if this will render. Nice. could be wrong. Mouse. Could be wrong, could be correct. I will try all of the combinations of coordinates until one of them works. Oh yeah, to increase the number of triangles. Honestly, I'm not sure if this is correct. Try to remove this. Yep, it was incorrect. Okay, so now we have a tessellated shape. That looks kind of like Microsoft XP border. Now, when I'm computing the colors, instead of assigning main color everywhere, I will do this. So this is going to be a lambda that will return the, let's say it's going to return main color right now. But this lambda is going to get 2 positions. Okay, so this is a direction. It's kind of like normal that points towards the edge. If we're in the top part, it's going to point up. On the right, it's going to point right. And on the corners, it's going to point to the corner. I'm going to pass a distance from the edge. Let's call this title shader. I am also going to need distance from the left edge of the window, like horizontal distance. And vertical distance. I have some functions for mixing colors. They are not perfect. I mean, they are kind of slow. Okay. So this is our new shader. It's running in this corner right now. Probably also use it here. I will repeat this in the other grid now. Something seems wrong with... Oh, 2 radials. Between degrees. Cool. Now, in the red channel we have information whether we are pointing up or not. In the green we have horizontal distance, which we are not really using. This is definitely wrong, it shouldn't be greenish here, it should be greenish towards this position here. Absolutely wrong. Okay, in the vertical channel we should have very subtle blue gradient. Okay, so this green channel looks good. On the left side it does not look good. Let's see. Now it looks better. So the blue channel is slightly wrong. Actually, no. Okay, the blue channel looks alright now. Funny things are happening here. The title shader I'm dividing by 1 centimeter. Should probably divide by something larger. Let's put 3. Get rid of the red, because red was... it's making it hard to see what's happening. Okay. Now it looks good. Okay, now I have to define this function. Let's do main color for now. Okay, now I would like to add some shadow on the edge. in this fast mix can be const exp. Okay, now we have a somewhat like a slightly shaded surface. Okay, I also need to do it here, this right small grid. Seem to forget about it. changing the sign. Cool. Let's take a look at our window border. So I think on the bottom we could do something similar. So if the vertical distance is large enough, we should do the same thing in our shader. Okay, now we have a bottom title border. There is this edge here which I don't particularly like, but I think this was also present on Windows. Anyway, now I think we could add this dent in the middle. So this is a function which starts at 0. This is basically a sine function that starts and then ends at 0 and in the middle has maximum. So the only thing is I should not replace this, like add it here somehow.
Winter Sleep says,
Hello, how are you?
Hey, pretty good. Do you know what rating system was that? This theme that we have here. Yeah, I guess it may be easy. Looking at the stream name.
Window? The blue gives it away, haha.
I really like the Windows XP theme. This is so... It just feels nice, kind of, to touch. If this was a physical object, I would rather have to deal with this. It feels smooth, almost fuzzy. Not like the metal or glass, or I don't know what the modern Windows try to imitate. Colored rectangles. This is actually not clamped in any way.
You mean like Frutiger Arrow?
This is the first time I hear Frutiger.
It always looks smooth to touch.
Yeah, I remember this style. This is the KD. Yeah, KD was crazy about this. Still is. It feels smooth, but it doesn't have this sense of warmth to it. Glass is cold, metal is cold. And
The early 2000s had this style.
this style is still there. Like, go to... Okay, maybe no. Maybe they are more milky now. Milky transparent glass. Course, okay. They changed some things.
Everything is minimalistic now.
Yeah. By the way, this style, the name, it was called Luna. I'm a big fan of skeuomorphism, I guess you can guess.
Skeuomorphism? What's that?
So this is a trend in UI design where you try to imitate real things. This is good for new users because if somebody hasn't used your app or your system, it uses the common objects from the human environment to signal what an app can do. For instance, if a window, right? Window is a good analogy. If you actually themed your window like a window, it kind of becomes more natural for the user to think that, hey, I can look through this. Or if your ebook reader is shaped like a book, if it imitates paper texture and fonts, and when you turn the pages, it animates the pages. Somebody who has never seen or used an app, makes it kind of easy for them to get into this.
That's the first time I hear of this term.
It's popular, and so many people are sentimental towards this because it used to be popular, especially macOS. macOS really loved it. I haven't really used macOS in that period, but early mobile applications also were strongly skeuomorphic. And then it kind of died because skeuomorphism, I think the reason it died is because big operating systems, especially Apple, I think it just seems very you know, infantile, like childish. It feels like it's made for kids. Yeah, you know, colorful, very saturated interface. It doesn't feel super professional.
Thanks for explaining. Early mobile applications were a fever dream.
Yeah. So, okay, I have to go. Be right back.
Well, I have to go too. I'll catch you next stream.
Sure. See you around. I am trying to shift this a little bit up. This shade, this middle shade. Okay, something weird happened. I guess this went into negatives. Actually, I could do this. If I remember correctly, sine wave can be, you can increase the frequency of the sine wave by 2 if you just square it. So something happened there. It's too much. I'll go to my window and let's get rid of title.
Wojciech Krofczyk says,
Who again? How did you connect Python with C?
How did I connect Python with C? Do you mean the build infrastructure, the stuff that builds AUTOMAT? So when I build AUTOMAT, I just have literally a Python script that is responsible for figuring out how to compile it. There is a small entry point. It's just an executable Python file. And there is a directory with some extra modules which are doing the analysis of the source code. So those extra files are basically planning the build process.
No, I mean you use Tesseract from Python, and also other things that are in C, right?
I mean, not in AUTOMAT, but in general, yeah. In general, there is... There is a guide in the Python documentation called Extending Python with C or C++. This is the main way of adding new functions into Python. It's not too straightforward. You need to know C or C++ kind of decently. If you do, you can kind of write custom functions, custom objects. It's kind of cumbersome to work with, but
So I thought that Tesseract is an AUTOMAT.
it is, but Tesseract is a C library or C++. They have Python bindings, possibly. Maybe this is what you are referring to. There are definitely bindings for Python to this library because it's an old one, it's very popular. By the way, nowadays, so I kind of went with Tesseract, but I'm not sure if Tesseract was the right choice. There are much better, there are those multimodal language models nowadays, so...
Okay, everything is clear now, Ty.
Even for text recognition, those multimodal language models might be better because they seem to have better understanding of the whole scene. When they look at the scene, they don't care just about the text, but they can realize that, hey, this is a game, or like this is a computer screen, or this is a photo of a book or a sign, and they can engage different kind of pathways to parse different kinds of media. Tesseract was optimized for scanning text. So, scanners and photos. This is what Tesseract is good at. And it happens to run fast for user interfaces because user interfaces tend to be small. Yeah.
Tesseract kinda sucks sometimes. Really depends on the font of the text that what I observed when I used it into my bot.
That's true. Like the hardest things for Tesseract, I've observed 3 things. There are so colorful backgrounds, mixed color text. When you have a text which changes color throughout the text, Tesseract is just going to fail. Shadows. And outlines. So none of those things, they basically don't happen with printed text. So none of those maybe they are somewhere in the dataset that Tesseract was trained on, but this is definitely the fringe of the training distribution. So it's going to perform very poorly whenever those properties are present. Tesseract works very well if you have like a uniform background. And when I was trying this, the fonts were actually, it was actually kind of tolerant to different fonts, but those things were messing it up. In Skyrim, for instance, when I was trying this in Skyrim, there are those books in the game that you can open for quests and lore, and they use just terrible fonts, totally unreadable fonts, and somehow Tesseract was able to parse them. It was actually very good at in-game books, surprisingly. I don't like that. Now it goes from 0 to 1. Okay, let's increase the frequency. Very strange behavior. So I have added this very subtle darkness. I will decrease the intensity. Let's do the same thing. To move this way lower. Okay, I'm kind of happy with this. Now, let's try to do this brighter section here. It's not so easy to say that this is actually a mesh, but it is. Okay. So we get close to the edge, we want to flatten it. Actually, when I do this, I see how dark the top edge became. It's way, way too dark. Actually, no. I want to see something. Clump. I know. This is why it looked so strange. Cool. Now I don't really need this space to be super flat. Maybe it's nice that it is. They had this very dark section here. Could extend this distance.
Maybe a little bit personal question, but how old are you? And what was your first job in it, and where?
I am 36 right now. First job. So straight after university, I did open my own company, and I kind of worked there for a year, but it was very hard to make money online. I was selling Android apps, by the way. It's very hard to sell Android apps. The market is... Even back then, it was very saturated. So the stuff that I used to do was the design, the app that you may be familiar with, because I linked it, I think, in a couple of places. It's on my YouTube, yeah, the tutorial for this app at least. Is there a website? Yeah, it still has a website. So this is what I was selling. That was my first company right out of university. That was a protoplast for AUTOMAT. I think it's looking pretty good, the shape of the window. I'm wondering about smoothing the corners, but probably not a good idea.
Wow, impressive.
You mean design? It was a crazy period, just writing this up. It was hardly finished. I think it can be downloaded, I think. Yeah. There is a URL where you can download it. Sent you a message. Okay, I think I'm good enough when it comes to this frame. Now I want to fill the background. This very bright color, I don't think it's right. Let me see. What was the color for Windows XP apps? Yeah, it was this warm. I don't know how to call it. It's a warm color anyway. It's It's not warm at all. It's very grayish. It's actually slightly cold. Feels right. Okay, I will add 2 more triangles. And 4 more vertices.
Thanks. I sent you a link to my own bot, which I released 1 week ago. Compares to your code, it sucks. But still, I'm happy because it is my first project, which took me almost 2 years.
Tibia, nice. Tibia is a very stateful game. If you want to have a bot that runs end to end, yeah, it's a big task. I will take a look. Not right now though. I want to finish the border. Just need a couple changes. Okay, so I need to add the new vertices. I will start with that. I will put them at the end.
Thanks appreciated. Do you still work by your own, or are you employed somewhere?
I'm on a break right now. So I'm basically working 100% on AUTOMAT right now.
I tried to find a job for a junior Python dev, but it is so hard to get even chance to talk.
This is strange. So for people straight out of university, I think companies talk with everybody because there's really no way to compare students. I mean, they can use grades potentially. I wonder why that could be.
Well, I did some courses which took about 200 hours, and also paid for them.
So one thing that companies do look at is the diploma. If you have a diploma from a university, they are much more likely to answer. Actually, the company I worked for, it was a requirement to have a diploma, even if somebody had like big achievements. Like even if somebody was literally like a famous person in the world of programming, they would not hire that person unless they had a university degree. Any kind of degree, bachelor was fine.
Understand. I will have diploma in 2 months. Ha!
Yeah, and actually people straight from university are typically very good because people learn faster when they are straight out of uni. They don't have any bad habits yet. Generally speaking, it's pretty great. Yeah. Okay, this is our window, which is now complete. It's a Windows XP window.
Great.
Let's see, what's the height? I will have to reposition this button, but I don't know why it's not positioned correctly. I'm cutting the window differently. Okay, it is positioned slightly better. I guess if I increase the radius now, it should look kind of good. Increase the number of beams just a little bit because 6 feels too small. I feel that this radius is still wrong. Definitely 3 millimeters. Yep. The radius on the button should be smaller.
CP Chica says,
How's PHP theme coming along?
Decently. I thought this would be impossible because my original plan was to create a grid that would look like that. But then I went for a more regular grid. So we have a massive mesh here, but at least we can properly shade this mesh. So for each vertex here on this grid,
I had to write some PHP. My brain is cooked.
yeah. PHP isn't that bad. I love processing text in PHP. PHP was like... It would be nice if C had macros using PHP instead of this M4 weird thingy. Okay, the button is very, very large. I would like to make it smaller. Oops.
Guy who wrote PHP 1 used to many pointers, but Q is obviously loved. Operator.
Ah, okay. Broke stuff. Okay, layout is completely broken. I have to fix this because I'm ashamed to show this. So layout. Okay, slightly better. At least the text is now properly aligned. I think next should be the icon within this button. Slightly better. I think we can move it a little bit more. Change this to so right now it's basically touching the top. It returns centered as 0 true. unable to lower this icon. Maybe I need to switch to pixels. This transform seems to be applied. Something is wrong here. Play with this. I see, I see. If I disable this completely, so weird. Seem to be unable to move it. Now it disappeared completely. So this is a very reasonable thing. We want to transform the vector into the center of the object. This offset here, it does something. I wonder why. It shouldn't... It definitely moved the picture down. Look how slow it suddenly is. I think our renderer may have some issues with textures. Yeah, it's 6 by 6 millimeters, perfect. Initialize the child. Where is this height used? Not used anywhere. Is this going to compile without height? Okay, I never needed it. It's possible that this could be messing up with the shape, although it should not. This should not be active. It's the same. This doesn't seem to have almost any effect.
Wojciech Krawczyk says,
Testing key changes. It takes so long on Android because of compilation time.
Yeah. And I think Android has the incremental compilation now or something like that. So it shouldn't be that bad. I'm looking at this and I have no clue why is the offset wrong? Now this works, but why this transform didn't? I would like to shift this horizontally just a little bit. Okay, looks alright now. Acceptable performance. It mixes 0 with 8. This is a matter of font, picking the right font. Anyway, I think we managed to do what we wanted. Now we have a nice window reminiscent of Windows XP. Cool. The button. If I had more time, I would definitely work on the button, because Windows XP had a very specific buttons. Yeah, they were nice. It's funny because something that could have been just a simple texture we replaced with a mesh. I think this mesh is definitely smaller than the texture. So if we take a look at, let's actually estimate how large it is. We want to have num indices, so each index is going to take 2 bytes. And each vertex, how many of them? 300. Is going to take what? 2 coordinates, 4 bytes each, plus color, which is another 4 bytes. So in total 8 kilobytes. And this is comparable to how large texture? So the data that we are transferring to the GPU is comparable to 45 by 45 bitmap. Should actually be something like that large maybe. Yeah. I'm not sure if it was worth it, but it's done, so we have it now. Okay. We'll be ending now. Next stream we are going to start implementing our new alchemy macro. We have a lot of things on the to do. The first one will be to find a way to store a string in a register. Well, yeah, we'll see you next week. Until then, see you. Bye.